requested. Do you want to board, crew? Pilot's boarding starting. Crew boarding starting.
Kennedy ground American 44 IFR to De Gaulle, ready to copy.
American 44 is cleared to De Gaulle Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 right climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure frequency is 135.9er, squawk 4274.
American 44 cleared to De Gaulle Airport as filed.
Your crew has
Takeoff
boarded.
runway 22 right climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure on 135.9er, squawk 4274.
American 44 read back correct. Contact ground on 121.65. Good day. Delta 680, hold position, caution, the departing Airbus. Delta 680, continue taxi. Delta 680, hold position, caution, the departing Airbus. Kennedy ground Alaska 27 IFR to San Francisco, ready to copy. Alaska 27 is cleared to San Francisco Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 left
Welcome
climb,
aboard American
40,000
Airlines.
feet.
Please place your carry-on items in an overhead compartment or under the seat in front of you. Small, lightweight items may be placed in the seat pocket. If you need assistance, please let us know.
Delta 1822, hold position, caution, the Airbus on final. Hold position, Delta 680. Hold position, Delta 1822. Alaska 27 cleared to San Francisco Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 left climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Departure on 12.7 squawk 6731. Alaska 27 read back correct. Contact ground on 121.65. Good day. Kennedy ground Alaska 27 requesting pushback. Alaska 27 pushback request accepted. IFR clearance to Portland. Endeavour 539er 2 is cleared to Portland Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 right climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure frequency is 118 decimal for squawk 2412. Kennedy Ground, Alaska 27 with Sierra ready to taxi IFR. Alaska 27 taxi 2 and hold short of runway 22 left using taxiway November Bravo Kilo Delta Alpha Hotel Bravo Bravo Hotel cross runway for left Hotel Yankee cross runway tree 1 right Yankee Echo. Contact tower on 119er decimal 1 when ready. Endeavour 539er 2 cleared to Portland Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 right climb and maintain 13,000 feet. Departure on 1 tree 4 decimal tree 5 squawk 2412. Endeavour 539er 2 readback is correct. Contact ground on 121 decimal 65 when ready to taxi. Good day. Hold position Delta 680. Hold position Delta 1822. Taxi 2 and hold short runway 22 left using taxiway November Bravo Kilo Delta Alpha Hotel Bravo Bravo Hotel cross runway for left Hotel Yankee cross runway tree 1 right Yankee Echo Alaska 27. Kennedy Ground Endeavour 539er 2 requesting pushback. Endeavour 539er 2 pushback request accepted. Delta 680 hold position caution the departing Airbus. Delta 1822 hold position caution the departing Airbus. Hold position Delta 680. Hold position Delta 1822. Delta 680, continue taxi. Delta 680, hold position caution the departing Airbus. Hold position Delta 680. Kennedy Ground Endeavour 539er 2 requesting the end of pushback. Endeavour 539er 2 request to end pushback received. Delta 680 hold position caution the departing Airbus. Delta 1822 hold position caution the departing Airbus. Hold position Delta 680. Hold position Delta 1822. Kennedy Ground Endeavour 539er 2 with Sierra ready to taxi IFR. Endeavour 539er 2 taxi 2 and hold short of runway 22 right via taxiway Delta Alpha Bravo Delta Bravo cross runway tree 1 right Delta Bravo Foxtrot Bravo cross runway 22 right Foxtrot Bravo Yankee Echo. Contact tower on 123 decimal 9er when ready. Taxi 2 and hold short runway 22 right using taxiway Delta Alpha Bravo Delta Bravo cross runway tree 1 right Delta Bravo Foxtrot Bravo cross runway 22 right Foxtrot Bravo Yankee Echo Endeavour 5 tree 9er 2. Delta 680 continue taxi. Delta 1822 continue taxi. Delta 680 Hold position Delta 680. Hold position Delta 1822. Kennedy Ground, Alaska 17 ready to copy IFR clearance to Seattle. Alaska 17 is cleared to Seattle Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 left climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 1 tree 2 decimal 4 squawk 4176. Alaska 17 cleared to Seattle Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 left climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure on 124.75 squawk 4176. Alaska 17 readback is correct.
Refueling truck is on its
Contact
way.
ground on 121.65 when ready to taxi. Good day. Kennedy Ground, JetBlue 19er Tree IFR to Orlando ready to copy. JetBlue 19er Tree is cleared to Orlando Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 left climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure frequency is 1 tree 4 decimal tree 5 squawk 4 tree 4.
American Airlines Ultimate Super
Delta
Savers.
680, continue taxi.
Fares to over 90 cities throughout the continental U.S.
Delta
and Canada.
1822.
Catering
continue
vehicles
taxi.
are on their way.
Fares from $44 to
Delta
$151.
680, hold position caution. The
American
Boeing
Airlines for an
767 on
Ultimate Super
final.
Saver before another day passes
Roger
you
Delta
by.
1822. Delta 1822, hold position caution. The Boeing 767 on final. JetBlue 19er Tree cleared to Orlando Airport as filed. Takeoff runway 22 left climb and maintain 8,000 feet. Departure on 12 tree decimal 7 squawk 4 tree 4. JetBlue 19er Tree readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.65 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Welcome back, Brad. I knew you'd stop by the office.
Endeavor 5 tree 9
Well,
2
all
hold position
those
caution.
trips
The
you
Boeing
made paid off.
767 on
Well, you
final.
were at 35,000 feet. The Avcon people called and gave us the project.
Kennedy Ground, JetBlue 19er
Check your top
Tree.
drawer. There's one more
pushback.
trip I'd like you to take. I know how much you and love the islands.
Accepted.
So aloha, Brad. You did a great job. Thanks.
When you're something
Hold
special,
position Delta
people know
680.
it. American Airlines, something special in the air.
Hold position Endeavor 5 tree 9 2.
There's never any time for us, no time left in a day.
Kennedy Ground, Alaska 17 requesting pushback. Alaska 17 pushback request accepted.
Let American Airlines special low fares.
Hold position
get you
Delta
something special.
1822.
Without a single care, we're American Airlines, something special in
Delta 680, continue taxi. Delta 1822, continue taxi. Endeavor 5 tree 9er 2, continue taxi. Roger Delta 1822. Kennedy Ground, JetBlue 19er Tree, requesting the end of pushback. JetBlue 19er Tree, request
Welcome
end
back,
pushback
Brad.
received.
I knew you'd stop by the office. Well, all those trips you made paid off. While you were at 35,000 feet, the Avcon people
Kennedy
called and
Ground,
gave us the
Brickyard
project.
5827, request
Check
taxi
your top
to
drawer.
gate.
There's one more trip I'd like you to take.
Brickyard
I know how much you
5827,
and love
to gate
the islands.
Foxtrot Tree 12,
So
via
aloha,
taxiway,
Brad.
Foxtrot, cross
You did a
runway,
great
22 right,
job.
Foxtrot Bravo,
Thanks.
Delta Bravo,
When you're
Alpha
something
Tango Alpha.
special, people know it. American Airlines,
Kennedy Ground,
something
JetBlue
special
19er Tree,
in
with
the air.
Sierra ready to taxi IFR. JetBlue 19er Tree taxi 2 and hold short of runway 22 left using taxiway Golf, cross runway 22 right, Golf Yankee, cross runway Tree 1 right, Yankee Echo. Contact tower on 119.1 when ready.
The men and women of American Airlines.
Taxiing to gate Foxtrot Tree 12 using taxiway Foxtrot, cross runway 22 right, Foxtrot Bravo, Delta Bravo, Alpha Tango Alpha, Brickyard 5827. Clear Delta 680.
Sounds of the Caribbean are calling out to you.
American Airlines introduces new
Roger,
service
Endeavour,
to 10
Flight
sparkling
392.
Caribbean islands. Vacation packages start at $425, hotel and airfare included. So if the Caribbean is calling you, now is the time to
Runway
answer.
22 right, Golf Yankee, cross runway tree, 1 right, Yankee Echo JetBlue 19 tree. Kennedy Ground, Alaska 17 with Sierra ready to taxi IFR. Alaska 17 taxi 2 and hold short of runway 22 left using taxiway Mike Alpha Bravo Kilo Delta Alpha Hotel Bravo Bravo Hotel cross runway 4 left Hotel Yankee cross runway tree 1 right Yankee Echo.
Fuel truck is in
Contact
position.
tower on 119.1 when ready. Brickyard 5827 hold position caution. The Boeing 767 on final. JetBlue 19er tree hold position caution other traffic. JetBlue 19er tree continue taxi. Taxi 2 and hold short runway 22 left using taxiway Mike Alpha Bravo Kilo Delta Alpha Hotel Bravo Bravo Hotel cross runway 4 left Hotel Yankee cross runway tree 1 right Yankee Echo Alaska 17. JetBlue 19er tree hold position caution. The Boeing 767 on final.
There's one airline that offers you a special way to fly.
Hold position Brickyard 5827.
It's an airline
Hold
so
position,
innovative,
JetBlue
you can get
19er
your
tree.
boarding passes ahead of time. So when you get to the airport, you never wait in line, saving you time and hassle. Americans no stop check-in. It can make your next trip something special.
Yeah, look, a microphone. Dooby-dooby-doo. Oh, look at this for the light. Oh, it makes it dark. Not really that tired, though. I can't really sleep. Maybe we'll watch a movie or something. Come on. What's going on? Where are you going? Jim, Jim. You heavy?
Kennedy Ground Jordanian 261 request taxi to the gate. Jordanian 261 taxi to gate Foxtrot Tree 7 via taxiway Foxtrot cross runway 22 right Foxtrot Bravo Delta Bravo.
But it's an expectation that things be done quickly and to a certain level of perfection is
JetBlue
demanding.
19er tree hold position caution.
Well, then, yeah,
departing
demanding.
Airbus.
You can't drive it, Park.
Brickyard
He said,
5827 hold position caution. The departing
We just have a
Airbus.
highly developed sense of what we want out of life.
You're flying
Hold
American,
position
right?
JetBlue 19er tree.
Absolutely.
We've flown more New Yorkers to destinations around the world than any other airline. And if we can keep them happy.
Delta Tree 9er heavy hold position caution. The departing Airbus.
The meeting's for Sato. Seems like you're busier than ever.
Dad?
Taxiing to gate Foxtrot Tree 7 using taxiway Foxtrot cross runway 22 right Foxtrot Bravo Delta Bravo Alpha Tango Alpha Jordanian 261. Hold position Delta Tree 9er heavy.
When you're something special, people know it.
JetBlue 19er tree continue taxi.
They say New Yorkers can be demanding.
JetBlue 19er tree hold position caution. The departing Airbus.
But if an expectation that things be done quickly and to a certain level of perfection is demanding, well then yeah, we're demanding.
You can't drive it, Park.
Hold position JetBlue 19er tree.
We just have a highly developed sense of what we want out of life.
You're flying American, right?
Absolutely.
We've flown more New Yorkers to destinations around the world than any other airline. And if we can keep them happy.
Pull up at the next things happen fast in New York. And if you can't deal with it, you better get out of the way. Johnny Carson called it a
JetBlue 19er tree continue taxi.
And a guy honks his horn.
JetBlue 19er tree hold position caution. The Airbus on final. Brickyard 5827 hold position caution. The Airbus on final.
The other airline. And if we can keep them
Delta Tree Niner, heavy hold position caution. The Airbus on final. Hold position, Brickyard 5827. Hold position, Delta Tree Niner heavy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Hold position, JetBlue 1 Niner Tree.
Thank you.
Gate 40, ma'am.
Straight over that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you like the window?
I'm fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Have a great trip home. Thank you.
Would you like some help?
Have a nice night.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
No. Thank you.
Please join all of us at American Airlines in supporting our troops and their families. Find out how you can take part. Visit aa.com/join us.
American Airlines announces something special for you. New low fares through Nashville to destinations across the country. Let American take you to cities like San Francisco, Norfolk, Hartford. Significant restrictions apply, so call today, because fares this special won't last forever.
Hold position, Alaska 17.
Just in time for summer vacation, American Airlines announces a super summer sale. Through September 30th, you can fly for less on American or American Eagle.
JetBlue 1 Niner Tree, hold position caution, the departing Airbus.
Even better, every child.
Alaska 17, hold position caution, the departing Airbus.
50% off our low sale price.
Brickyard 5827, hold position caution, the departing Airbus.
Call your travel agent or American.
Delta Tree Niner, heavy hold position caution, the departing Airbus.
Come fly down to
hold position, JetBlue 1 Niner Tree.
Feel the sun and sea.
Hold position, Alaska 17. Hold position, Brickyard 5827.
For $259 to $465, American Airlines lets you choose one of 15 Caribbean islands, hotel and airfare included.
We're American Airlines, something special in the air.
JetBlue 1 Niner Tree, hold position caution, Boeing 767 on final. Alaska 17, hold position caution, Boeing 767 on final. Brickyard 5827, hold position caution, Boeing 767 on final. Delta Tree Niner, heavy hold position caution, the Boeing 767 on final.
If blue skies and sunny days are what you're after, this winter American Airlines has the place for you. And along with our great sunny destinations, we have some very affordable flyaway vacation packages to get you there.
Hold position, Delta Tree Niner heavy. Hold position, Alaska 17.
Something special in the air.
Hold position, Endeavour 486 Tree.
Tonight's top story, storms on the East Coast causing delays up and down the entire eastern seaboard.
No, my plane's stuck somewhere back east.
Your flight has been canceled. 5 most hated words of every business traveler. It's an absolutely guaranteed instant headache. You're just suddenly helpless. On a day like this, I know it's not the airline's fault. That's not the point.
So it's your plane with another
I'm just looking for some answers. I want somebody to tell me my options. I just want somebody to tell me when I can...
JetBlue 1 Niner Tree, continue taxi.
Those are the people like
Alaska 17, continue taxi.
They give me my best option.
Brickyard 5827, continue taxi.
I appreciate that.
Delta Tree Niner heavy, continue taxi. Endeavour 486 Tree, continue taxi. Roger, Alaska 17. Roger, Endeavor 486 tree. Roger, Delta, tree, 9er heavy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Roger, JetBlue, 19er tree.
Thank you.
Delta 688 heavy, hold position, caution. The Airbus on the taxiway.
Would you like the window?
Alaska 17, hold position, caution. The Boeing 737 on final. Delta tree, 9er, heavy, hold position, caution. The Boeing 737 on final.
Thank you, sir.
Europa 9er, 1, hold position, caution. The Boeing 737 on final. Delta 688 heavy, continue taxi. Hold position, Alaska 17.
We need the entire team together on this so we can work quickly.
Hold position, Delta tree, 9er heavy.
Late all your life.
Hey, baby.
Roger, Brickyard 5827.
But I need you with me on the morning flight to London.
Roger, Delta
Cannot be
688
late.
heavy. Hold position, Europa 9er 1.
We know why you fly. We're American Airlines.
It happens every morning in London, Paris, and Madrid, just as the city starts to stir. In Munich, Manchester, Zurich, and Brussels, just as the business day begins. In Glasgow, Stockholm, Frankfurt, and Milan, as the new day arrives, so do we. American Airlines, with over 200 non-stop flights a week to Europe, from cities across the U.S.
Alaska 17, continue taxi.
And now we also offer service
Delta
to
tree, 9er heavy, continue taxi.
So fly the airline that's bringing Europe closer than ever before.
Roger, Alaska 17.
American Airlines. Something
Roger,
special.
Delta tree, 9er heavy.
American Airlines can take you to more of the Caribbean than anyone, with service to 25 islands in the Caribbean and the Bahamas, along with very affordable flyaway vacation packages. So given all the options, what will it be? American Airlines, something special to the Caribbean. From the cobblestone streets of Costa Rica to the business centers of Brazil, American Airlines is opening doors all over Latin America. For business or pleasure, the best way to 22 cities in Latin America is right through this door. American Airlines. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the next day. Sooner or later, if you do business in Chicago, you'll be doing business out of Chicago. And one airline can take your business to more of those places than any other Chicago airline. American Airlines. With the most destinations around the world, including the most non-stops from Chicago to the most cities in Europe, and service to more cities in Central and South America than any other U.S. airline. So the next time you need to conduct business face to face, call on the people who make it easier to get from place to place. American Airlines. We mean business in Chicago.
I want to fly out to Hawaii, see the ocean blue. Go places that I've never been, do the things I love to do.
And now, American Airlines gives you Maui and Honolulu, two exciting Hawaiian destinations. Your choice every day on American.
So let us take you there. We're American Airlines, something special in the air.
Something special on the horizon. American Airlines Super Sale. Incredible low fares to cities throughout the continental United States with prices from just $29 to $109 each way. Just make your reservations 2 days in advance. Tickets are non-refundable. But hurry, fares this low won't last forever.
We're American Airlines, something special in the air.
At American Airlines, we do this over 2,000 times a day. And of the 9 largest domestic airlines, we do it on time, more times. American Airlines, the on-time machine. From the great spans that leap across the rivers to the gentle footpaths of the park, New York is a city of bridges. Still, there never seem to be enough. So American Airlines is building new ones. More than 220 every business day. Across the land and across the sea. To Los Angeles, London, Lima, Peru. Extending from the New York City area's 6 airports to over 250 cities all over the world. A bridge is more than stone and steel. And an airline is more than a fleet of planes. Yet both can take you where you want to go. American Airlines, New York's bridge to the world. This is a machine designed to keep you on time.
Roger, Endeavor 486
And this is what makes it tick. People. Working together with clock-like precision, each dedicated to keeping you on schedule. Time after time after time. American Airlines, the on-time machine. From the great span...
Kennedy ground American 44 with Sierra ready to taxi IFR.
American 44 taxi 2 and hold short of runway 22 right via taxiway Tango Alpha Alpha Delta Bravo, cross runway tree 1 right Delta Bravo Foxtrot Bravo, cross runway 22 right Foxtrot Bravo Yankee Echo. Contact tower on 123.9er when ready.
Taxi 2 and hold short runway 22 right via taxiway Tango Alpha Alpha Delta Bravo cross runway tree 1 right Delta Bravo Foxtrot Bravo cross runway 22 right Foxtrot Bravo Yankee Echo American 44.
Hello, Captain. We're ready for pushback. Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Delta 265, hold position, caution, other traffic. Hold position, Delta 265.
Locking gear. Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Welcome aboard American Airlines Flight 20. We ask that you please direct your attention to the monitors located throughout the cabin for a brief safety message about aircraft. Your attention, please.
There are so many places to go in this world.
And so many airlines that can take you there.
So we thank you.
For making the journey with us.
Thank you.
We're glad you're here.
And now we'd like for you to pay attention to the following safety video.
Delta 265, hold position, caution.
First,
the Airbus
please
A20
fasten your
is on the
seatbelt.
taxiway.
Fasten your seatbelt, insert the metal fitting into the buckle, and pull on the loose end of the strap to tighten.
To open, lift up on the buckle.
We recommend you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times, as turbulence can occur unexpectedly.
As we prepare for takeoff, please be sure your seat back and tray table are up.
And carry-on baggage is under a seat.
And at this time, all electronic devices are off.
Set parking
You will find
brakes.
our electronic device policy in the back of American Way magazine.
Smoking is not allowed at any time.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
Detectors in the lavatories may result in a fine.
U.S. law requires passengers to comply with all signs and crew member instructions about seatbelts and smoking.
So that you may follow along, we have provided a safety instruction card in your seat pocket.
All exits on this airplane are clearly marked.
Please refer to the safety instruction card to locate your nearest exit.
Keep in mind, the closest exit may be behind you.
On this airplane, there's an additional ramp located in in a marked storage compartment in the business class cabin.
Each cabin exit
Roger,
door
JetBlue
and some exit
740.
windows are equipped with an evacuation slide. Some slides, except those over the wings, may also be used as ramps.
This aircraft has escape path lighting in the aisle.
Red lights or an exit sign will indicate you have reached an exit.
In an emergency evacuation, leave all carry-on bags behind and quickly proceed to the nearest exit.
If the aircraft cabin loses pressure, the panel above your seat containing oxygen masks will open automatically.
While remaining seated with your seatbelt fastened, quickly reach for the nearest mask and pull down firmly to start the flow of oxygen.
Put the yellow cup over your nose and mouth. Slip the elastic band over your head and tighten by pulling the straps on either side. Breathe normally.
Even though oxygen is flowing, the plastic bag may not inflate. Always put your own mask on first, and then help others near you.
Your seat cushion may be used as a flotation device.
Remove the lower cushion and put your arms through the straps found on the opposite side.
A life vest is located under the seat, between seats, or in a compartment between the seats in front of you. The safety instruction card shows the exact location.
To use the vest, open the cover by pulling the red tab or compartment handle to break the seal.
Remove the vest from the package like this.
Put the vest on over your head, wrap the strap around your waist, and attach the buckle. Pull the loose end of the strap to tighten.
Once outside, pull down on the red tab to inflate the vest.
Or blow into the red tube on the right side of the vest.
There's also a light that will illuminate upon contact with water.
Never inflate the vest inside the airplane.
The crew will now be coming through to do a final cabin check.
We'll be back after takeoff with more information about your flight.
Thank you for your attention and for choosing American Airlines.
Thank you for flying American.
We're glad to be your airline. We're glad you're here.
And eventually made the decision to ground all of our airplanes.
You were the highest ranking officer there?
Yes.
So it was up to you?
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine. Start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Endeavor 476 tree, go around. Going around Endeavor 476 tree. Endeavor 476 tree, contact New York approach on 1 tree 2.4. Good day. Going to 1 tree 2.4 for Endeavor 476 tree. American 109er, 2 exit runway when able. American 109er, 2 contact ground on 121.65. Going to 121.65 American 109er 2. Kennedy Tower, JetBlue Tree 011 3 miles, northeast, inbound ILS runway 22 right approach. JetBlue Tree 01 Kennedy Tower. Altimeter 29.58, wind 20 tree at 11. Cleared ILS runway 22 right approach. Cleared ILS runway 22 right approach JetBlue Tree 01. JetBlue Tree 01 wind 20 tree at 11. Caution the Boeing 777 landing runway 22 left. Clear to land runway 22 right.
Kennedy Tower American 44 at runway 22 right, ready for departure IFR to De Gaulle.
American 44 altimeter 29.58, wind 20 tree at 11. Traffic is Ember on final. Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right, American 44.
Cleared to land runway 22 right, JetBlue Tree 01. JetBlue Tree 01 go around. Going around JetBlue Tree 01. JetBlue Tree 01, contact New York approach on 12.7. Good day. .7 for JetBlue Tree 01. American 44 contact New York departure on 135.9er. Good day.
135.9er American 44. New York departure American 44 is at 1,300 feet, climbing 9,000 feet.
American 44 New York departure altimeter to 9er.58 continue as planned. American 44 contact Boston Center on 1.2. Good day.
Going to 1.2 American 44. Boston Center American 44 9,100 feet.
American 44 Boston Center altimeter to 9er.58 continue as planned. American 4-4 climb and maintain 17,000 feet.
Climb and maintain 17,000 feet, American 4-4.
Boston Center, ELAL 213,000 feet. ELAL 2 Boston Center altimeter 29.59er. Continue as planned. Boston Center American 704 Heavy is at flight level tree 55, descending flight level tree 50. American 704 Heavy Boston Center, continue as planned. Boston Center Southwest 5 Tree 9,000 feet. Southwest 5 Tree Boston Center altimeter 29.59er. Continue to wiper as planned. Southwest 5 Tree contact New York approach on 120.05. Good day. .05 for Southwest 5 Tree.
Boston Center American 4-4 requesting vector to next waypoint.
American 4-4 continue to Yahoo turning and following heading 125. Proceed on course.
Continue to Yahoo turning and following heading 125. Proceed on course, American 4-4.
Boston Center American 1251 is passing flight level tree 05, descending flight level tree 00. American 1251 Boston Center, continue to Kun as planned. American 4-4 contact Boston Center on 124.525. Good day.
124.525 American 4-4. Boston Center American 4-4 17,000 feet.
American 4-4 Boston Center altimeter 29.62. Continue to Yahoo as planned. American 4-4 climb and maintain flight level 290.
climb and maintain flight level 290 American 44.
Airbus 821 climb and maintain 9,700 feet. Climb and maintain 9,700 feet Airbus 821. Airbus 821 traffic is 1 o'clock, 2 miles at 7,700 feet generic. Report them in sight. Generic Tree Golf Bravo traffic is 9 o'clock, 1 miles at 9,700 feet Airbus. Report them in sight. Airbus 821 traffic alert. 6 o'clock, less than 1 mile, 7,700 feet generic. Report them in sight. Generic Tree Golf Bravo traffic in sight. Airbus 821 have the traffic. Boston Center American 704 Heavy is at flight level 355, descending flight level 350. Airbus 821, you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 9,700 feet altimeter, 29.62. American 704 Heavy Boston Center, continue as planned. American 44, contact Boston Center on 124.85. Good day.
124.85 American 44. Boston Center American 44 is at flight level 220, climbing flight level 290.
American 44 Boston Center, continue to Yahoo as planned. JetBlue 2119er descend and maintain flight level 260. Boston Center Spirit Wings 2085 Heavy is passing flight level tree 45, descending flight level tree 40. American 44 climb and maintain flight level tree 70. Spirit Wings 2085 Heavy Boston Center, continue to KYSKY as planned.
Climb and maintain flight level tree 70 American 44.
Spirit Wings 2085 descend and maintain flight level tree 00. Spirit Wings 2085 descend and maintain flight level 280. Spirit Wings 2085 descend and maintain flight level 270. American 44 contact Boston Center on 128.75. Good day.
128.75 for American 44. Boston Center American 44 is at flight level tree 60 climbing flight level tree 70.
American 44 Boston Center, continue to Yahoo as planned. Royal Air Maroc 200 heavy climb and maintain flight level tree 90. Climb and maintain flight level tree 90 Royal Air Maroc 200 heavy. 19er climb and maintain 4,700 feet.
And we do thank you for your attention. Once we have reached a safe and comfortable cruising altitude, your flight attendants will be throughout the cabin to offer you beverages of your choice, followed by our international flagship meal service. During the course of our flight, snacks and beverages will be available. If at any given point you wish to sleep undisturbed, we do ask that you kindly display all fastened seatbelts on the outside of all garments or blankets, so as your crew does do frequent safety checks. And failure to see your seatbelt will result in having to awaken you for compliance. We thank you in advance for your cooperation.
Tree 19er climb and maintain 4,700 feet. Tree 19er climb and maintain 4,700 feet. Tree 19er climb and maintain 4,700 feet. Tree 19er climb and maintain 4,700 feet.
Is a CNBC original production.
4,700 feet.
Tonight, an extraordinary look behind the scenes at the world's biggest airline. For one intense week, CNBC cameras go behind closed doors at American Airlines to places you've never been and aren't allowed.
American 1 Heavy 3-1 left, clear to takeoff.
With exclusive access, correspondent Peter Greenberg reveals the secrets of an industry.
How many different fares a day are you updating?
Find out why you paid a bundle for your ticket, while the guy sitting next to you got a bargain. And see what really happens to your luggage after you've checked it. Meet the Olympic champion who's also a world-class frequent flyer. And the guys who overhaul a $50 million aircraft right down to the rivets. American Airlines, shaken to its core by an act of terror and transformed along with an entire industry.
When I started flying in 1970, they issued me little white gloves. Today, I'm issued handcuffs.
4,000 flights a day, 2 million passengers a week, and more headaches than you can count.
All departments. Ramp is closed due to lightning in the area. The ramp is closed.
On a stormy night in Dallas, the flight schedule comes undone, and so do the passengers.
They knew there was a problem before they just took us up and drove us around Texas.
From the cockpit to the corner office, get ready for one unforgettable ride.
Lower the nose, lower the nose.
American 1 Heavy, maintain 17,000. Contact New York Center 134.6. Have a good day.
34. Tree 19er climb and maintain 4,700
Now, the CNBC original documentary, Inside American Airlines, A Week in the Life. Here's correspondent Peter Greenberg.
This is the American Airlines maintenance hangar at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. It's where American fixes some of the nearly 700 planes in its fleet. And while the airline and its employees work hard to maintain the planes, they're also engaged in another effort, one that is nothing short of a life and death struggle. The nation's airlines are fighting for their very survival. Since 1978, nearly 150 of them have disappeared entirely, victims of mergers or bankruptcies. In the last 5 years alone, U.S. airlines have managed to lose a staggering $50 billion. That's right, $50 billion. Only one of the original legacy carriers has never filed for bankruptcy. That's American Airlines. And to see how American copes with this brutal business environment amid terrorism threats and cutthroat competition, we spent a week looking at a side of the airline passengers never see. We began our trip on a Monday morning on a flight that actually made American Airlines famous, the Transcon from New York to Los Angeles. Welcome aboard.
Territory 19er climb and maintain 4,700 feet.
Section, taxi right, Papa.
It's dawn on a Monday morning at New York's Kennedy Airport.
Take a mile to ground, 121.9 into the ramp.
6:35 a.m., barely daylight. The world's largest airline is already at full throttle. American Airlines Flight 10, the overnight red-eye from Los Angeles, is just arriving from its 2,200-mile transcontinental flight. Passengers may be bleary, but a small army of ramp workers is wide awake and scrambling, pulling out loose bags and 6 containers of cargo. At the same time, cleaning crews rush on board the moment the cabin is empty, literally tearing into their jobs, which includes looking for anything that could be used as a weapon. There isn't a moment to lose.
Traffic vehicle on the runway conducting a routine surface inspection.
By 9 a.m., this Boeing 767 must be ready for takeoff once again.
Are you guys looking good for an on-time departure?
This time as American Airlines Flight 1, the New York to Los Angeles Transcon.
Probably going to use 060, the broken plane.
You have your backpacks, you have your hoodie, you have your...
With ever tighter security, check-in takes time. And with 2 hours to go, many of Flight 1's passengers are already arriving.
There's 6 of us, and we're going to California. We're going to Los Angeles to Universal, and then we're heading down to San Diego.
Okay, we'll see you at the plane.
I'll see you at the plane, Greg.
Flight 1's pilots are also arriving. Captain Greg Peterson, who's flown with American for 22 years, checks the day's route to Los Angeles.
The tops of the weather here, these are the tops of the thunderstorms in that area. And like I said, we should be north of that. We'd like to go south because of the winds, but the weather won't really let us do that to get a good ride because, of course, we want to make a comfortable ride for the passengers and for safety. So we'll have to stay north, which will put us a little bit more in the winds, which is making us a little bit late.
It is an hour and 20 minutes before departure, and a technician is starting to fill Flight 1's fuel tanks. The question is, how much to load? This Boeing 767-200 can carry more than 20,000 gallons, but it won't need nearly that much to reach LA. Jet fuel is not only expensive, it's heavy. So the trick is to carry enough for safety, but not so much that they waste it by hauling excess. 7:45 a.m. Captain Peterson calls dispatcher Daryl Newman 1,200 miles away at American's sprawling SOC, its Systems Operations Control, in Fort Worth, Texas. They have to talk about Flight 1's fuel load.
What I've done with your min takeoff is added, I got you $3,000 additional fuel.
Just in case of the delays and with all the stuff going on with LA, could I do another 1,500 there?
You want 15 extra? Okay, I can do that.
The final decision, Flight 1 will carry just over 10,000 gallons of jet fuel, enough to fill 500 minivans.
Just an overall look at the airplane.
With 1 hour to go, it's time for an aviation ritual dating back to the Wright brothers, the pre-flight inspection. Dan Rattay is Flight 1's first officer and co-pilot.
We're looking for general things, fluids, oil, maybe lines that might have come loose. Overall things that would really stick out as that's not right, we need to get it fixed.
The plane passes the inspection.
Today, our 767 looks great.
Especially considering its age. American has one of the oldest fleets in the industry. This particular wide-body, tail number 325, was delivered new to American in 1986 with a sticker price north of $120 million. In those 20 years, this workhorse has gone through 37 engines, 680 tires, 5 entire sets of seats, and it's flown more than 30 million miles, about the same distance as 60 round trips to the moon. It has carried more than 1.5 million passengers, including the 159 headed to LA this morning. For every boarding pass, there's a story.
I'm going to San Francisco. I'm going to see my cousin, who I've not seen for about 50 years.
50 minutes until takeoff. Captain Peterson briefs the 11 flight attendants.
There's a VIP departure out of LaGuardia about the time we leave, so we could have a departure delay on the ground here.
We're full. We have 2 wheelchairs, and we will have a deaf passenger in 29H.
We thank you very much for waiting and welcome you to American Airlines Flight 1 with service to Los Angeles.
The price of admission in coach this morning varies wildly, from $159 to more than $900 one way.
You're all together. Go straight down the aisle.
Our flight cannot leave the gate until all overhead bins are closed and all passengers are seated.
At 8:45, the last containers are being locked in place. At 8:52, 8 minutes before departure, ground crews shut the cargo doors.
Grounding cockpit. We are locked and secured downstairs.
Okay.
The pilots are locked and secured too, behind reinforced doors, just like they've been on all U.S. airliners since shortly after 9/11.
And here comes the ride.
Today's cockpits are strictly off limits, but not to us, not on this flight. We were granted extraordinary access and allowed to place cameras on the flight deck. They provided a rare look at a profession where people have hundreds of lives in their hands every day. At 8:55, the cabin door is shut.
Trip 1, your crew to start one of your engines at the gate. Copy.
Thank you. Clear to start.
With that, Flight 1 is on its way.
And Kennedy Ground, American 1 Heavy, November Charlie, ready to taxi.
Sort of.
American, I'd follow your company Airbus. He's right there off your right side. Follow the company Airbus.
Okay, we'll follow company Airbus, American 1 Heavy.
Traffic at JFK is heavy this Monday morning, and traffic controllers tell Flight 1 to get in line.
The American 1 Heavy at taxiway Gulf. You'll follow British Airways to 747, towers 19-1. So long.
Okay, we'll follow British Airways at Gulf, tower 19-1, American 1 Heavy.
9:20 a.m., and it's hurry up and wait.
Currently about 9 aircraft ahead of us, so should be on our way in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Traffic, like weather, is one of the many things American can't control. But a few minutes later, Flight 1 finally gets the green light.
Thanks. American 1 Heavy, 3-1 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 3-1 left, American 1 Heavy.
Captain Peterson opens the throttles, and 148 tons of aircraft go thundering down the runway. The 767 covers 6,000 feet of concrete, going from 0 to 155 miles an hour in less than 45 seconds. At 9:38 a.m., the 9 o'clock flight takes off.
Over departure, American 1 Heavy. Good day.
As it climbs, despite all the state-of-the-art technology in the cockpit, the plane is firmly in Captain Peterson's hands, and the autopilot is off.
American 1 Heavy, direct Robbinsville, maintain 17,000.
What would you like to drink this morning?
On Flight 1, a soft drink is the only free thing coach passengers will get.
There's New York. Oh.
It's a far cry from the old days, when the Transcon was the glamour flight.
Movie stars, radio entertainers, all aboard.
The route upon which careers and dreams were built. All swathed in the heady romance of air travel. And yes, people even dressed for the flight. American once called them luxury liners. Not anymore. Want lunch today? Fork it over.
I have the sandwich, which is $5, turkey and cheese, or the muffin, which is $2.
I'd actually pay a little bit more to get a decent meal on a flight, but it's kind of like, what's the point?
There you go.
The point is that flying has changed. Still a thrill to some, but for many, about as satisfying as a small bag of pretzels.
We have very little loyalty to any one airline.
Honestly, whichever airline tends to give me the best, for the buck.
American 1 climb and maintain flight level 400.
At 40,000 feet, there's also a whole new world of security concerns, especially, says purser Cindy Leitner, on the Transcon.
You're talking about a flight that's going to go across the country. It's a big airplane with lots of people full of fuel. And it's, you know, LA, New York are high-profile cities.
In fact, you'll find all of the industry's troubles carried inside this one fuselage. Crushing labor costs, cutbacks in service, and volatile fuel prices. It is a challenging, difficult world. And for one intense week at American Airlines, we saw it firsthand. And so will you. Fasten your seatbelts. It's already a bumpy ride.
Coming up, CEO Gerard Arpey pilots American Airlines through turbulent skies.
You know, all you have to do is read the newspaper to see what's happened to the industry since 9/11.
Plus, a former CEO has a tip for investors.
No, I've never invested in any airline.
And then later on, storm clouds in the sky.
The ramp is closed due to lightning.
Mechanical problems on the ground.
Yeah, it looks like you have to find a change of equipment for this one.
A medical emergency in the air.
All I have is a passenger with a rapid heartbeat.
A tense night at Operations Control. Still to come as Inside American Airlines, a week in the life continues. Back to Inside American Airlines, a week in the life.
At a tiny landing strip in Roanoke, Texas, 13 miles and a world away from the wide bodies parked at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, here in the shade of hangar number 12, a weekend warrior tends to his pride and joy.
But this has got the big motor, so you've got a big rudder on the back.
It is a 1963 Piper Apache, a vintage plane that requires a certain amount of devotion and attention to detail, something its owner knows a thing or two about, since he happens to run the largest airline in the world. Gerard Arpey, civilian pilot, is chairman and CEO of American Airlines.
I was always in these meetings where it was with engineers, pilots, people that knew a lot about flying, a lot about airplanes. I didn't know anything, but I was at a mid-level nominally in charge of this stuff, so I thought, goodness sakes, I should know more about this.
More about the process?
Yeah, more about airplanes and flying than I do. So I didn't realize, that I would just become captivated by the whole experience. And the great thing about it for me, when you're flying an airplane, it's really hard to think about anything else other than flying that airplane.
With his wife Lisa, a pilot herself, and their 3 kids, including a daughter nicknamed Bird, the Arpeys are a fearsome flying family of 5.
Put your seatbelt on and your headset.
They all know the drill. Start the props, taxi down the road, and they're cleared for takeoff.
I was in my late 20s and just decided I wanted to learn, and I never really imagined that I would become as passionate about it as I have.
Either fortunately or unfortunately, I was infected with the airline bug at a very young age. My dad worked for TWA in the 1960s, so my earliest memories go back to my dad working in Manhattan at TWA's headquarters.
Arpey has never shaken that bug he caught as a child. He helped pay for college loading bags for Delta at $168 a week, and took a job with American after earning his MBA.
We've been clear to land on 16 left, so we're going to...
Now, 25 years later, he finds himself at the controls of a company in a troubled industry, trying to climb its way out of a tailspin.
It goes back to that quote that's attributed to Richard Branson, that if you want to be a millionaire, start with $1 billion, open an airline, and you'll be a millionaire.
Well, there's a lot of truth to that, unfortunately. I mean, this is a very tough business, and all you have to do is read the newspaper to see what's happened to the industry since 9/11, and over half of the carriers in this business have either gone bankrupt, are bankrupt.
Delta, United, Continental, Northwest, and U.S. Airways have all filed Chapter 11 at least once. American has been successful only by comparison. Though it earned a profit last quarter, it's lost a stunning $8 billion in the last 5 years.
You're the only legacy carrier that's never filed for bankruptcy. And yet, other airlines have used the bankruptcy card once, in some cases more than once. You had that card, it was in your deck, and you came close.
Well, Peter, let's think about bankruptcy and all the constituents. Your shareholders are wiped out. Your creditors receive cents on the dollar. Your suppliers often get a haircut in terms of the contract that you've entered into with them.
133.45
the real
for American
winners
44.
in a bankruptcy are lawyers
Boston
and
Center
investment
American
bankers.
44
But you
flight
can't
level
blame the lawyers
370.
or 9/11 for all their problems.
American 4
The airlines have
Boston
flown in
Center.
turbulence
Continue
ever
as
since two
planned.
bicycle mechanics took to the dunes in Kitty Hawk in 1903. In 1925, the industry was saved when Congress allowed carriers, including American, to haul the mail. The jet age may have moved us faster, but airline costs soared as well. Fares and routes were regulated by the government, and airlines were protected almost as a public utility. Then, in 1978, commercial aviation changed forever. Airline deregulation turned the airline business into a market-driven industry, and size no longer meant success. Giants like Pan Am, Eastern, and TWA failed or were absorbed, and more than 140 airlines disappeared altogether.
Well, a lot of people came into the airline business. Most of them promptly exited, minus their money.
For 25 years, Bob Crandall was a senior executive at American Airlines, and later CEO. Famously outspoken and blunt, Crandall believes the airline industry will never be able to consistently make enough money to cover the staggering costs associated with a huge workforce and multi-million-dollar planes.
The industry hasn't earned its cost of capital since it was created in the late 1930s, and I don't see anything on the horizon that is likely to change that.
Would you invest in an airline right now?
No, I've never invested in any airline.
Including your own?
I'm an airline manager.
Yeah.
I don't invest in airlines. And I always said to the employees of American, this is not an appropriate investment. It's a great place to work, and it's a great company. It does important work, but airlines are not an investment.
In the event that we get into a weather situation.
Gerard Arpey is a realist, not a pessimist. And although he may be a disciple of Crandall's, their styles are vastly different. In an industry famous for egos and celebrity CEOs, the soft-spoken Arpey leads more with an outstretched hand than an iron fist.
From my standpoint as the CEO of the company, I try to lead by example, and I don't think that's complicated. You just do the very best that you can. You try to do what's right in every circumstance, and I'm not the judge of my own credibility. I'll leave that to
American
others.
44, contact Mountain Center on 123.9er. Good day. 123.9er for American 44.
Coming up,
Mountain
anger
Center
management.
American 44
If we don't
flight
get
level
along,
370.
we'll turn by the way of a United that goes bankrupt or Delta that's in bankruptcy.
How bitter rivals formed an unlikely partnership to save American Airlines from financial disaster. That's next, as Inside American Airlines, a week in the life continues. Now, back to Inside American Airlines, a week in the life.
This is the largest airline maintenance facility in the world. Owned and operated by American Airlines, it sprawls over 300 acres in Tulsa, Oklahoma. At 6 a.m., the airline mechanics are rolling in. Almost 7,000 people work here, making American the largest private employer in the entire state. You won't see these workers when you board your plane. They toil far from any major hub. And while they fix everything from engines to brakes, they're also unlikely actors in a very real corporate drama. For 60 years, management and labor have been at each other's throats. Now, they are at each other's mercy. CEO Gerard Arpey.
We're going to have to constantly work at it. We're going to have problems along the way. We're going to disagree. But we're going to hopefully stop burning the house down that we have to live in.
It's a house that almost blew up in 2003. On the brink of bankruptcy, Gerard Arpey's immediate predecessor, Donald Carty, convinced all 4 of American's unions that $1.6 billion in wage and benefit cuts would prevent the world's largest airline from going belly up. Members of the Transport Workers Union, like Dwayne Garrison, voted to give up a week of vacation and 17% of their pay.
And it made me nervous. I've got 3 teenagers at home, and that's a handful. That's an expensive handful.
But even while Carty called for shared sacrifice, he had secret bonuses and guaranteed pensions waiting for his top executives. The hidden deal came to light right after the unions voted to make their cuts.
When you guys heard that news, what was your response?
Rage. Anger.
I just heard a sigh over here.
you stole from us. How can we even attempt to trust you anymore?
I'm here tonight to apologize.
Carty was toast. He ignited a firestorm of fury within American's 4 unions, and it cost him his job. Gerard Arpey was thrust into the role of CEO and peacemaker. He had to transform the company down to its roots and convince the guys on the line to trust him.
Management had to change, but the unions had to change as well. We wanted them to think and act like our business partner.
So how did you turn them around?
Well, what we did is to elevate the debate, to look at the facts, to look at the condition of the company, to look at all the debt we had taken on and make all of us confront reality.
Did you show them the books?
And of course we did, and we've continued to do that, and we do it every month. Look, Peter, this has evolved over time. It's an art. It's in many ways like a marriage.
In Tulsa, it was never a love match between management and labor, between Carmine Romano, American's vice president of the maintenance base, and Dennis Burchett, the president of the local transport workers union. But together, they took a leap of faith. No easy task for 2 longtime adversaries who were constantly at odds.
How do you change your conditioning in management to say, okay, not just because I say it so, but let's talk about it, right?
That was the most difficult thing that I had to do, was a shift from command and control to a mutual partnership.
Let me correct something here.
I'm just waiting for you guys to start punching each other. I love this. Go ahead.
When Gerard came out with the turnaround plan, that didn't all of a sudden, hey, we got this turnaround plan, let's all get together and hug.
Hangar 16.
In meetings at the base, they may not be hugging, but they are making an effort to embrace their new partnership. There's usually a management guy with a collar and a union guy dressed in blue, presenting their business plan together.
We need 100% commitment and backing from both management and TWU in order to make this work.
If we don't get along, we'll turn by the way of a United that goes bankrupt or Delta that's in bankruptcy. We have to. We have to, and I think everyone realizes that.
Union guys like Mark Arnold are now working with management to be more efficient and productive without cutting jobs or outsourcing work. Arnold helped figure out that they could produce 2 of these fuel-saving tail cones for the MD-80 every week.
They've got it figured down to about each tail cone costing us $35,000. Had we purchased it from Boeing, Boeing was quoting us $240,000.
This is the first time Arnold was asked by his bosses what he needed to do the job, rather than being told.
We set our own goals and decided what we could do, and through that, and because of that, we stuck with it.
Bit by bit, the new attitude is working its way up from the floor. Dwayne Garrison knows those bits add up. A drill bit, $20. An end mill, $50. A reamer, $70. Mechanics used to throw dull tools away. Dwayne and his co-worker Jack Hood put a stop to that.
We like to think that if it cuts, we can sharpen it.
They sharpened 41,000 tools last year alone and have saved the company nearly $1 million since 2003.
It adds up, and it adds up in a hurry.
But convincing all 6,000 union mechanics here to work harder and smarter and better with management remains a real challenge. Even 3 years after the Carty debacle, the bitter taste remains.
How, in God's name, with that kind of a rift, after you gave back $1.6 billion, if you look at the whole company, could you trust management again? Don't look at him, look at me.
Time. It's a work in progress.
Building trust is perhaps the most difficult overhaul underway here. But Warren Backward and his co-workers are beginning to believe they have a hand in their future.
We're making money with these airplanes, saving money, actually. It drives us to keep doing what we're doing.
Union outrage brought down Donald Carty, who did not respond to our request for an interview. But this group has higher hopes for the leadership of Gerard Arpey.
If you met with him today, what would you say to him?
I would tell Mr. Arpey that he's doing a wonderful job. There's light at the end of the tunnel. Keep doing what you're doing.
Don't forget the little guys.
And don't forget us little guys.
Some might say the relationship between the Transport Workers Union and the management here in Tulsa is a marriage of necessity, perhaps one of survival. But the relationship between management and the Pilots and Flight Attendants Union, let's just say the wedding invitations are not yet in the mail.
Americans' flight attendants have yet to turn the corner in their relationship with management. They remain frustrated after voting to surrender a chunk of their salary back in 2003.
It was probably the hardest vote they had ever done in their life. They weren't voting in favor of gutting their contract. They were voting against bankruptcy.
Tommy Hutto-Blake is the president of Americans Flight Attendants Union. She's trying hard to convince her rank and file to temper their anger with management and, together with other unions, work with ARPI. They even traveled with him to Washington, management and labor, hand in hand, to lobby Congress for pension reform.
We are working.
I can't tell you how many times the congressperson on the other side of the table is sitting there going, now wait a second, let me get this straight. You're management and you're labor, and you're here together.
Thank you for your attention.
But the relationship between management and organized labor still has its share of troubles.
There are issues that we have to agree to disagree on. And one of those is the hot button right now, and that's executive compensation.
Executive bonuses were awarded once again last January, more than $100 million worth to the company's top 973 executives. Pilots took it as a slap in the face. American pilots fly fewer hours per month, on average, than pilots at any other airline, adding to labor costs that are already the highest in the industry. The pilots union was looking for ways to boost flying time, but then it cut short those efforts when executives took those bonuses. Captain Ralph Hunter is president of the Allied Pilots Association.
It wasn't labor that took this train off the tracks. It wasn't labor that got away from the shared sacrifice, shared reward idea. We're just saying, us too, our turn. If you're going to participate in that level of recovery, then you should expect the pilots of the company to do the same.
One of the big incendiary issues, which comes as no surprise to you, is bonus again.
Well, we have equity-based compensation at American, just like every company in corporate America, and our stock price has increased very dramatically over the past few years. So our executives have reaped the benefit of that. My job is to try to do what is right based on the market, and it's not all bad that the stock has done as well as it has.
ARPI received a 23% raise this past spring, bringing his base salary before stock options to $650,000 a year. Relative to your competitive CEOs at other companies, I'd have to say you're probably underpaid. Do you agree with that?
You can leave a donation on the way out.
The guys on the floor don't begrudge ARPI or any other executives getting paid whatever they're worth. But these so-called business partners want their piece of the pie.
You've got the guys in the suits that make the decision that gets your gains from performance, when the actual performance is being done by us on the floor. So we're doing the work, and they're getting the bonuses. It doesn't sit well.
I talked to your guys on the line. What do you think they're saying to me? Where's ours?
Give me some.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Our collective bargaining agreement ends in, is open for renewal in 2008. My goal is to fill this company's pockets full of money. And then when 2008 rolls around, I want to stick my hands in their pockets.
Coming up, one of the enduring mysteries of air travel finally explained.
The lowest one-way fare would be $129.
That's $1,025.
Why you paid a bundle for your ticket, while the guy next to you got a bargain. That's next, as Inside American Airlines, a week in the life continues. We now return to Inside American Airlines, a week in the life.
The lowest one-way fare would be $129.30, and that would include...
That's $1,025.
Round trip would be $744.60.
We're looking at $4,622.60.
Listening to American Airlines reservations agents and the enormous array of prices and fees is enough to give you altitude sickness.
So it's a $100 change fee plus the difference of fare, which is $154.
Of course, if you book it with me, will be the $10 reservation service fee.
They handle about 230,000 calls a day. But with ticket prices up roughly 13% over the past year, many travelers are looking everywhere for bargains, even online. American's website boasts the lowest fare guarantee. But what are you likely to find? The same baffling hodgepodge of prices.
$288? Wow! Where did that come from? I usually pay $450.
Christina Tronson actually did get her deal on a round-trip ticket from Hartford to Dallas on AA.com. She makes the journey several times a month, from her home in Connecticut
Your hands in the air like a roller coaster.
to her office in Texas.
The tour bus schedule.
Her latest find, that $288 fare, is one of the lowest she's seen. And the most? $1,100 for the very same seat.
It's not just that ticket prices vary from day to day. As experienced travelers know, prices can vary from seat to seat and on the very same flight.
Can I get you some water, orange juice, or champagne?
It's understandable that first class costs more than coach. But what's more annoying than finding out when you're sitting in seat 23A that the guy sitting in 23B is traveling on a ticket that costs hundreds of dollars less than yours? A little later, we'll show you one particular flight and tell you exactly how much each passenger paid. And the range of fares is astounding.
What did you, let me write that down.
It may not make sense to travelers, but it makes perfect sense, dollars and cents, to the airline. American's former CEO, Bob Crandall, explains.
Because you know from experience that somebody will appear at 4:30 who wants to go at 5 o'clock, and you put a price on that to reflect the value of that last-minute transportation. So all of the carping and yapping and yelling about the fact that this guy in this seat paid a different price than the guy in this seat has always struck me as foolish. Of course he did. You bought it at different times, and therefore it had a different value.
Though Crandall defends the system today, back in 1992 he tried to change it and introduced a program called value pricing that involved only 4 fares for any given flight.
It's simply decided that we need to change the way we do business.
When you came out with value pricing, some would argue that was not a success.
Well, in fact, it was a huge success.
That is, only until competitors undercut American with lower prices, forcing the airline to give up value pricing. So today, it's back to the more complicated system. Scott Nason is American's pricing guru, the vice president of revenue management.
Now, revenue management, most passengers have no idea what that means. And people, even in the industry, look at it as like the dark science.
Well, it's pretty complicated. As seats get sold and as cancellations get made, the selling fare can change automatically. In addition, I have a staff of people who are looking at the flights and using their own judgment to modify what the computer thinks and either changing the value so that the fare goes up or down.
How many different fares a day are you updating?
We would typically change tens of thousands of fares in a day.
Well, the best fare we would have would be $158.60.
It's a complicated system, encompassing American's 2,200 flights a day, as well as another 1,800 daily flights from its regional service, American Eagle. Like a lot of carriers, American uses a handful of major cities, or hubs, as connecting points for all of those flights. And the airline's computers will set some seats aside for passengers making connections through those hubs. It's those long-haul passengers that are the airline's bread and butter.
We may say DFW to Austin is sold out, but if you want to go from London to Austin, that same DFW to Austin flight is still available.
You might hold back some of those seats because of connecting passengers.
Yes, we are consciously avoiding selling short-haul local if there's any reasonable chance that it's going to displace longer-haul passengers who need that connecting spoke.
To get a better idea of how American works to maximize its revenue, just take a look at American 2412, the same flight Christina Tronson takes from Dallas-Fort Worth to Hartford, Connecticut.
You're going home.
I'm going home. I'm going back to Hartford.
And happily so.
Yes, very much so.
Like many of American's planes, Flight 2412 is full. In fact, it's oversold.
If there are any passengers that can take a flight departing here at 5:52, in exchange for a $300 travel voucher. Thank you very much.
Overselling is a common practice aimed at assuring that no seat goes unsold.
Thank you, sir.
And now there are even more of those seats to sell. On its 737-800s, like the one we're about to fly, American has squeezed in 6 extra seats since doing away with its More Room and Coach campaign.
We'll have more room for more coach passengers than any other airline.
CEO Gerard Arpey says they had to add more seats because they couldn't make up the revenue without them.
What we found was people weren't willing to pay that extra $15 in coach.
So now it's less room in coach?
Well, it's comparable to our competitors.
So less room in coach.
Equal room to the other guys. Equal room to the other guys.
At this time, I invite our first-class passengers to board.
But let's get back to ticket prices. Working with American, we were able to figure out how much each coach passenger on Flight 2412 paid for his or her ticket. Aside from the 9 passengers who traveled on frequent flyer miles and the 1 employee who flew free, the disparity in what people paid to fly was amazing. 10 passengers paid less than $50. 53 paid between $50 and $100.
30 between $100 and $200, 16 paid between $200 and $400, 6 paid between $400 and $700. And guess what? 5 paid upwards of $700. People like Matthew DuPont, who booked at the last minute.
It's a lot of money.
And Morgan Smith paid just over $800, the highest price in coach. In fact, higher than anyone even in first class.
I'm lucky. I'm just happy to be on the plane going to where I'm going.
That coming from a man who paid 8 times more than the guy sitting right next to him. He got a deal for less than $100. This is what American calls simplified pricing. But with 66 different fares on Flight 2412 alone, it seems pretty complicated to us.
Yeah, we're at 40 miles in the airport, like our flight attendants, please prepare landing. Thank you.
Aboard Flight 2412, passengers are looking forward to their arrival. And American's bean counters are already calculating how much the airline made or lost on this flight. All told, Flight 2412 brought in $26,400 in tickets, excess baggage fees, freight, liquor sales, and other revenue sources. When you subtract the $18,000 it cost the airline for fuel, maintenance, pilots, and flight attendant salaries, and other expenses, Flight 2412 was a winner, earning $8,400 for American. Though it might not sound like much, it's actually a pretty good profit for a single flight. But what's a trip from Dallas to Hartford worth to passengers? That depends on what's waiting for you when you get there.
Coming up, storm clouds in the sky.
The ramp is closed due to lightning.
A medical emergency in the air.
All I have is a passenger with a rapid heartbeat.
A tense night at Operations Control. Next, as Inside American Airlines, a week in the life continues. Now, back to Inside American Airlines, a week in the life.
They have a light illuminated in the cockpit, and it is requiring a maintenance check on it to see why it's lit.
What's the problem?
It's 6:45 p.m., and a tiny light in an MD-80 is the only thing keeping Flight 410 from leaving Gate C2 in Dallas for Palm Springs.
So in 30 minutes from now, they should have some type of idea whether this aircraft is good for departure, if they can extinguish the light, if they can replace a part or whatever to make the light go out.
On the ramp, the area where the planes load and unload, warning lights are usually a quick fix. But not tonight. Maintenance technicians find a nasty surprise underneath Flight 410, dripping all over the ground.
Out of service. Anybody ever one problem, found a different problem. Got a hydraulic leak. Tower working Charlie 2. Yeah, it looks like you have to find a change of equipment for this one. This one's going to be out of service.
Oh no, out of service. All right, so new equipment. Start looking. Thank you.
It's now 7:15 p.m., and in American's Dallas-Fort Worth ramp tower, controller Jackie Vick's night is getting busy.
Hey, I just want to let you know, 79
Going to 135.3 American 44.
Compartment maintenance is on the way out.
This had been a quiet afternoon, both in the ramp tower, where they conduct the ballet of more than 500 daily DFW arrivals and departures.
They were rerouting stuff leaving here all the way up over Memphis going east.
And at Systems Operations Control, or SOC, where they coordinate the staggering logistics of American's worldwide range of flights.
We'll be looking for the radar update from Miami, okay?
But a puddle of hydraulic fluid is the first sign that this evening is going to be a rough one. For everyone. Now it's up to Operations Coordinator Carl Bigdahl at SOC to find a replacement airplane for Palm Springs, or cancel the flight.
We had an airplane that was supposed to stay overnight in Dallas, which we just moved up to cover 410 to go to Palm Springs.
We have a new airplane. It's on the ground, pulling into C-27 here in a couple minutes.
Oh yeah, I'm happy about that.
Flight 410's passengers now have to be moved to a new plane at a new gate, and tempers are starting to fray.
Right. 2 weeks, same airport, same problem.
American Airlines keep on changing the gates, and they won't advise, the passengers. I mean, it's really bad.
That's what it's like flying today. You never know.
Moments later, the evening throws its next curve.
Hey, 2211, Dallas, Portland, air interrupting back.
This is Tim's 2211.
Flight 2211, another MD-80, has been air interrupted. It just departed for Portland, and now it's turning around in midair and heading back to DFW. At SOC, dispatcher Tim Kennedy has just learned from 2211's pilots that both air conditioners are broken and the plane is heating up.
For him to control the temperature in the cabin appears to be stuck, and it's getting very, very hot, above 90 degrees in the cabin. And it's almost a 4-hour flight from Dallas to Portland, and that's not going to be acceptable.
For the second time in half an hour, Carl Bigdahl starts looking for a replacement plane.
Yeah, let me see if he's any good. That one might do it. Yeah, let me see if I can get that one.
For Americans employees at SOC,
Tower bar.
in the tower,
We appreciate everybody's patience tonight.
at the gates, and on the ramp, unexpected problems are part of the business.
556 on Charlie 2 from Gate Control.
They also know when trouble comes, it comes in bundles. And 2 minutes later, that's exactly what happens to Flight 2211. Word comes from the pilot that a passenger is having a heart problem.
Well, our air interrupt now has medical emergency on board also.
All I have is a passenger with a rapid heartbeat. I don't even have a sex on the passenger.
Not much information, just a rapid heartbeat. But it's unknown whether they've used the onboard oxygen, so. Oh no! There it is.
Closing out?
Yep.
If things weren't bad enough already, Mother Nature adds another layer of problems: thunderstorms.
Attention all departments, the ramp is closed. Ramp is closed.
At the first sign of lightning, ramp workers are ordered to take shelter, and all activity around the gates comes to a complete halt.
We have one cell that has developed right on the north edge of the airport, so they've shut down the ramp for lightning.
Terminal A, zones 1 and 2, all departments. The ramp is closed due to lightning in the area. The ramp is closed.
Now things will get backed up because we can't load the aircraft or unload the aircraft that are actually on the ground.
Thunderstorms have also closed all but one of DFW's runways. That immediately makes it tougher to land 2211.
All right, 13 right's our only runway, so if he shuts it down, we're done. And he's overweight.
Overweight because the flight hasn't had time to burn off its 4 hours worth of fuel. Planes landing too heavy can overheat their brakes, and as a precaution, can't be towed to the gate. They also have to be met by emergency vehicles.
He's landing on 13 right, which is our only runway. Should be on the ground in 1 minute.
Okay, he's down.
Okay. He is going to taxi? Okay, good.
Flight 2211's pilot determines his brakes aren't too hot, and he can safely taxi to the gate. Once there, paramedics check the ill passenger, who turns out to be fine. For most, it is just one more bump to take in stride.
The captain kept us advised. It was not a problem. It was uncomfortable, but it was not a problem.
But while lightning continues around the DFW ramp and 2211's hot, exhausted passengers start moving to a new gate, some tempers finally reach the boiling point.
No air, face tingling, people ready to pass out. They knew there was a problem before, they just took us up and drove us around Texas. That's ridiculous.
I just want y'all to know that that stewardess told that captain 3 times before we left that the air was not working, and twice when we got up in the that it was not working.
Moments later, the frustrations of a long, grueling evening have boiled over into a fight between two passengers. The police and the captain tell them they will not be permitted to board the replacement aircraft.
And I reacted a way that I shouldn't have.
I understand. Unfortunately, the fallout is this, that we're both going to leave you, we're all going to leave you here, and we're going to go to Portland, and there's plenty of flights tomorrow, and they'll accommodate.
Isn't there another flight tonight or something?
I don't think so.
By 8:45 p.m., Flight 2211 is reboarding. The ramp has reopened, and the storms have passed, for now.
Think it costs a lot to fuel your SUV? Try filling this tank.
We can save $100 million, $25 at a time.
How some small changes at American Airlines wound up saving big bucks. That's next. But first, He swears it's true. Robert Crandall tells a story about how he cut costs when he was CEO of American Airlines.
True story. We were doing a budget in a very small Caribbean island. And there's very little flexibility in cost, and so I'm sitting there with the general manager. I did every station budget every year for 10 years. I'm sitting there and I say to the guy, you got to find a way to cut costs. I said, well, what's this guy do? That's the night watchman at the warehouse. I said, okay, let's try this. Why don't you put him on 3 nights a week? The thieves won't know what night he's on, what night he's off. Well, I think we're going to get a lot of theft, but I'll try it. He did. Go back the next year. What can we do to cut costs? I said, well, look, you've got this night watchman here, this part-time night watchman. I said, why don't you put up a sign, put a dog in the warehouse, savage dog. Fire the watchman, put a dog in. The guy said, oh, God, I don't know. He did it. Next year, no theft. I said to him, what are we going to, we got to save some cost here. He said, there's nothing left, Mr. Crandall. I said, put the dog on part-time. Put the dog in there 3 nights a week. They're not going to know what night he's there. Finally, the last year, I go back and I said, well, we got to save some cost. He said, here's what I want you to do. Take the dog. Don't feed him all day. Make him mad. Get him growling and snarling and record it. And put the recorder in and get rid of the dog. And he did, and it worked. And that's a true story. It happened just that way.
Inside American Airlines, a week in the life continues.
This straw-colored liquid is the single most precious substance at American Airlines. Without it, no planes fly. Without this smelly stuff, no passengers, no jobs, no business at all. This is jet fuel, a form of kerosene called Jet A. It's now the largest expense in American Airlines' budget. Why? Well, if you think your car is a gas hog, fueling some jets is like filling up 2,000 SUVs. And can we talk mileage? How about less than 1 mile per gallon? This sound, jet fuel in the pipeline, costs Americans $7 billion a year. Back in the days of cheap oil and gas, jet fuel was also cheap. Like SUV owners, airlines filled the tank to the top and took off. But the price of oil also took off, tripling since 2001. That nearly pushed the company over the brink of financial disaster. Desperate, American gave a new assignment to a battle-hardened senior pilot, Captain Steve Cheelander. Cheelander came to American after retiring from the Air Force as a squadron commander and member of the Thunderbirds precision flying team.
They said just follow the fuel process wherever it goes within the airlines and try to figure out ways to do fuel conservation.
Break it down for me.
The thing that impressed me the most was how much weight we carry on the airplanes and how much it costs to carry that weight.
More weight burns more fuel. So Cheelander put the airline on a weight loss diet.
Morning.
Among the first things to go were all those multiple copies of Time, Newsweek, and Golf Digest. You made an exception for the American Airlines in-flight magazine.
Well, as a matter of fact, American Way magazine has to justify its existence each year. They come to us and ask us how much it costs in fuel to carry American Way magazines on all of our flights. They tell us what the revenue is from advertising and so forth on American Way magazine, and it has to justify the cost.
After the magazines, Cheelander and his team began chucking all sorts of weight off the planes.
Ovens that we don't use anymore, catering weight. We looked at all these airplanes and we said we carry potable water on them. Do we always use 100% of the water that's in those tanks? It's to make coffee, it's to wash your hands in lavatory, things like that. The answer is no. We determined that we don't even use half that water on our domestic flights. And we stopped the weight at, or the water flow at 75%. That's 100 pounds on a Super 80.
Reducing the weight load by just 100 pounds per plane saves 1.4 million gallons of fuel every year. And that racks up to $3 million. $3 million for magazines, $3 million for ovens, $3 million for water. Pretty soon you're saving some real money.
What I learned was that we can save $100 million, $25 at a time.
That became the company's mantra. No detail was too small if it saved money. They even calculated the cost of a cup of coffee.
When they come up and ask the cockpit crew to give them some water pressure so that they can brew coffee, well, I explained to the flight attendants that that coffee is going to cost probably about $25 a small styrofoam cup.
That coffee is more expensive than Starbucks because to brew it, when on the ground, you have to use a mini jet engine called the auxiliary power unit. It burns jet fuel too. Now pilots are encouraged not to use auxiliary power. After they land, they plug into ground power instead. Times thousands of flights a day, it's another multi-million-dollar savings.
And then if we have what our starting fuel was, then we can tell how much fuel was on board.
Sharon Wieland and other operations engineers began to measure the fuel efficiency of every single tail in the fleet. They discovered something almost counterintuitive. One of the biggest sources of weight in the jets was the weight of the jet fuel itself. Wieland found that more than 1/3 of the flights were being overfueled. And it was costing millions because you have to burn jet fuel just to carry jet fuel in your tanks.
You know, the fuelers were just, it was either bad habits or legend or whatever that you had to put on a little bit more fuel. So a lot of it was just strictly education. We just said, here's the fuel slip, here's how much we want you to put on the airplane. Now, put that amount of fuel on the airplane.
And there's more. To save fuel, jets now taxi on one engine instead of two. And pilots even ask passengers to pull down the shades to help cool down the plane. Since you started, how much money have you saved this airline?
We've got a run rate somewhere in the vicinity of around $200 million a year.
Saving fuel is one part of the story. The other part is buying it cheaply. The airlines are huge buyers. They try to save money by betting on future oil prices. If the cost of a barrel of oil goes up $1, the cost for the airline goes up $80 million a year. So using a financial technique called hedging, they try to make deals for next year's fuel at this year's prices. All the airlines do it, but some do it better than others. You're an oil bookie.
Well, you're hedging.
You're rolling the dice.
Well, you're betting that oil prices are going to go up, and then when the time comes to settle the bet, if prices went up, you pay me, and that lowers my fuel bill. If prices go down, I pay you.
Which is fine, as long as there's someone who'll take your bet. But American was broke in 2003.
And when I went looking for somebody to bet with us, they said, well, if you lose the bet, how are you going to pay? And I didn't have a very good answer to that.
So American had to buy its jet fuel at the market price. And that price was going up, up, and away. Today, the airline is hedging again. But the price of this year's fuel and next year's bet is much higher than before.
You're hedging now in the $60, $70, $80 a barrel range. And, you know, if prices go up from there, those bets will be in the money. If it goes down, you end up paying.
In this risky and highly competitive game, most other airlines are paying the same price as American for jet fuel. But there is one big exception. Southwest Airlines made a smart and lucky bet just before oil prices shot up. It's now able to buy oil at under $40 a barrel. ARPI is looking forward to the day those Southwest contracts expire, and all the airlines will again be on a level runway. So sooner or later, reality knocks on their door.
Correct.
And you'll go,
You ever do that in this business, you get your head handed to you. That's what I've learned.
Coming up, go inside the belly of the beast.
If you ever saw what it looked like when it was in pieces, you would never get back on one.
How they rip a plane apart to make sure it stays together in the air. But first, the lasting impact of 9/11.
When I started flying in 1970, they issued me little white gloves. Today, I'm issued handcuffs.
That's next, as Inside American Airlines, A Week in the Life continues. We now return to Inside American Airlines, A Week in the Life.
Good day.
Tucked away in this courtyard on the grounds of the American Airlines Flight Academy in Fort Worth, Texas, is a humble marker for a monumental tragedy. A memorial honoring members of the American Airlines family killed in the 9/11 terror attacks. 13 of American's people were among the 92 killed aboard American Airlines Flight 11, which was flown into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. 11 members of the American Airlines family were among the 64 who perished when Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon. Even now, American Airlines is struggling to come to grips with that fateful day. And reluctance to talk about it starts at the very top, CEO Gerard Arpey. Tell me what you did that day.
Well, I was the head of operations that day, and
I mean, what time did you get up that morning? What time did you get to work?
Well, Peter, quite frankly, I was in the middle of those events, and I don't want to glorify that day.
And yet, there was a day that you had to take command.
Yeah, it was.
And that's important for the story.
Well, along with a number of my colleagues, we were, overtaken really by events that began with a call to me first thing in the morning that we had a potential hijacking. We ended up first ground stopping the Northeast, no more takeoffs in the Northeast. We eventually ground stopped the whole airline as events were unfolding, so we said no more takeoffs, and then eventually made the decision to ground all of our airplanes.
You were the highest ranking officer there?
Yes.
So it was up to you to make that decision to put everything in the deck.
Yes.
And you actually did that before the Department of Transportation or the FAA did.
Yes, we did.
It was an unprecedented decision. Soon, every American Airlines plane was on the ground. And then, the enormity of the tragedy began to sink in. You lost a lot of people. You lost passengers. It's changed our whole way we travel. Give me an idea of how it changed just for American itself.
We don't talk publicly. You, of course, experience a lot of security measures when you travel, but there's an awful lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes that we don't talk about.
Bend that elbow, attack.
They don't talk about it, but they did give us a rare peek behind the scenes at their flight academy. This may look like some kind of bizarre couples therapy.
Take a step towards this direction, attacking with this arm.
But what you are actually witnessing is a self-defense class that is part of Americans' mission to defend the cockpit.
Try to keep distance between you and the attacker.
The scenarios they prepare for are part of the post-9/11 landscape.
Start all the way down, come all the way up.
Where flight attendants and pilots train to defend themselves against someone trying to take over the aircraft.
When people ask me how it was changed, I say, when I started flying in 1970, they issued me little white gloves. Today, I'm issued handcuffs.
Tommy Hutto Blake, head of Americans Flight Attendants Union, says the new responsibilities have taken a heavy toll on the rank and file.
We now were the front line of defense, pure and simple. Once the doors became truly fortified for the cockpit, we're it. And that does add, needless to say, to stressors at work.
That stress level has gone sky high. The new anti-terrorism training has added to what were already substantial duties. Each year, flight attendants come to Americans Flight Academy to be drilled on fighting an onboard fire,
We don't see any breathing.
resuscitating a heart attack victim,
So now you're going to give your breath. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
and evacuating a jumbo jet that has crashed into the water.
Try to hold on to the sides of the life raft.
20 degrees, so lower the nose, lower the nose, lower the nose.
And on simulators, pilots train for disasters caused by anything from severe wind shear to a lightning strike at 30,000 feet.
Tower American 737's going around. Wind shear advisory.
Pilots today can lose an engine and barely break a sweat.
We pretty much have trained most of the fright, most of the anxiety out of this job.
But for flight instructor Bill Burns, the fear of terrorism is another thing entirely.
More and more of the fun of the career is taken away because of the responsibilities that we now face. As captains, we have to be ultimately aware of everything that's going on the airplane, the security issues, who's on our airplane, who our crew members are back there, do we have any special guests in the way of air marshals. Well, there's a lot more things to think about now.
Air travel has changed for all of us, but most profoundly for the men and women who would be the first line of defense if the unthinkable happens again. It's 10:30 at night here in Tulsa, Oklahoma at the American Airlines maintenance facility. Americans got more than 350 MD-80 jets like the one behind me. It's the workhorse of the fleet. And sooner or later, every single one of them comes through Tulsa. The plane behind me is in the midst of a heavy C check. That means they literally rip that plane apart, and then they put it back together again. It's an extreme makeover that happens to each plane every 4 years. This plane is being washed down in preparation for teardown. The sides have been sanded, and inside the airplane, bolts have been loosened. So from seats to overhead bins, everything is ready to remove. Then this big silver bird is tugged into the first dock. By the time it rolls in, the hour is 4 a.m.
I tell a lot of people that if you ever saw what it looked like when it was in pieces, you would never get back on one, but it's a tried and true.
Danny Airy is on the first shift that rips these planes apart. He's helping haul the panels off the engine. After the scaffolding is pushed into place, it's amazing how quickly these birds get plucked. 130 seats come off, row by row. Carpets are torn up and taken away for cleaning. Sidewalls are loosened and lifted off. Insulation is pulled up and rolled back. And in under 2 hours, the plane is virtually naked, nothing but bare metal skin. Offloaded parts, like seats, are taken to a back shop for repairs and adjustments. John Keene says airplane seats are sorely misunderstood.
We hear all the comedians talking about how we make them more uncomfortable and how we dial them in so that we can add the additional hunch. It's not true. It all has a purpose. It keeps customers safe. That all affects the weight and balance of the airplane, which makes a difference to the two guys who sit up front.
Even well-balanced seats take a pounding. Tilted tray tables get recalibrated. Compressed seat cushions are replaced, and the seats are thoroughly cleaned.
Wherever you could possibly think, and a lot of places you wouldn't expect it, you'll find gum. There's got to be a few times that somebody's traveled with toolboxes because there's stuff that just shouldn't be taken apart, and we'll open it up and find gum inside of it.
Back in the hangar, a hunt is underway for minute signs of fatigue in this aging fleet.
Most of these aircraft are close to 20 years or more old, so they stand the test of time as long as you maintain them well.
Even if they're well maintained, the old MD-80s are simply not fuel efficient and at some point will have to be replaced. Jeremy Temple is testing and patching the landing gear.
Aluminum corrodes, metal rusts, so we're looking for cracks and any signs of wear and damage of any sort.
These hulking 60-ton machines are pushed and pulled through a delicate choreography. As the first plane glides in, 3 more planes slide down the line in a system they call pulsing.
There's 2 ways you can do this. You can either pulse your people or you can pulse the aircraft. And we decided on moving the aircraft from station to station rather than moving the people from station to station.
They adopted this assembly line, or pulse line, less than a year ago in an effort to overhaul the way they do overhauls. While the number of workers was cut by 40%, the pace has sped up.
We've been trying to cut down from what took 18 to 20 days to do to 12 days.
They're not just trimming the time, they're also trimming the cost. A heavy check that used to cost well over $1 million is now closer to $700,000. They've done so well, other airlines are beginning to ask American to overhaul their airplanes. That's why on the tarmac in Tulsa, you'll see tails from as close by as Nevada and as far away as Brazil.
As we can prove to the rest of the world that we can do maintenance better than anybody else, and we can get it to you cheaper, then we're going to start to get more outside work.
Back at the second dock, they're working on planes that have more corrosion than they usually see, and it's slowing them down significantly. Greg Cummins is painstakingly replacing seat tracks that were eaten away by spilled coffee and soda.
It's challenging. I mean, you might spend 30 minutes putting one bolt in. It's like working a puzzle.
During the 6 days or so that a plane is in the second dock, every aging piece of that machine will be replaced or repaired.
They put the flight controls back on and do all the rigging and all the repairs.
The plane is filled with more than 200 miles of wiring that you will never see. And John Richards is inspecting each bundle inside the cabin for wayward metal filings.
It would sit there, and as the aircraft flies and we have vibrations, it would work into the wire and create a short by doing that.
During the overhaul, the landing gear is replaced, 110 new cabin windows are installed, 50 overhead lights are changed, and other parts of the plane are returned from the repair shops. Lynn Sipes is hanging the revamped rudder.
It's sealed where no moisture can get in and can contaminate it over time. So when it's left, it's lubed, it's ready to go, it's tested, it's rigged out, so it's ready to fly.
Even after being completely reassembled, the plane isn't yet ready to fly paying passengers. Mark Doyle is a crew chief for the avionics team at the 4th and final dock.
We are basically trying to clean up anything that was left over
troubleshoot any problems that we still have.
While Doyle is checking the airplane's computerized systems, Fleet Services is giving the cabin interior the white glove treatment.
Flight attendant seats are covered and ready to go. Looks good.
The plane isn't released back into the American Airlines fleet until a flight crew takes it out for an extensive test flight.
There are some things that you'll never know until you're in the air. So these pilots will take it out and they'll actually test fly it, no passengers on.
They do, however, take a mechanic with them to troubleshoot. It can be a 3-hour roller coaster ride.
You have stalls where the nose of the airplane will actually fall out of the sky. I mean, they do a lot of flight control checks. I don't really know how to tell you. You'd have to experience it.
By the time an MD-80 returns to the sky, these mechanics would stake their lives on the job they've done.
Anybody out here will tell you that they would put their own family on those planes when we get through with it. We have good employees that care about what they do.
Coming up, 300,000 pieces of luggage a day.
99.2% of the time, those bags travel exactly as planned with the customers.
So why are yours always the ones that get lost?
There are bags backing up here.
Plus, it travels with you on virtually every flight. It's right below your seat. But is it a threat to your safety?
It's not a question of if it's going to happen, it's a question of when.
That's next as Inside American Airlines, A Week in the Life continues. Now, back to Inside American Airlines, A Week in the Life.
What, 3 more? No. We had 7, 5 more.
In Airlines We Trust, at least when parting with our bags at check-in, confident they'll be waiting for us on the other end. With tighter security constraints for carry-ons, travelers are checking more bags when they fly. That means luggage is piling up, especially at airline hubs like American's Dallas-Fort Worth. On an average day, American Airlines handles almost 300,000 pieces of luggage. And whatever your experience has been, they boast of an almost perfect record. Bob Glazer runs American's baggage operation at Dallas-Fort Worth.
Probably to the tune of 99.2% of the time, those bags travel exactly as planned with the customers.
99% sounds pretty good, but what that means is that something still goes wrong with 2,400 bags every day. And we know what you're thinking. It's always your bag.
Oh, you got an extra
What's
bag?
amazing is that any bag makes it on the plane on time, considering that after you leave it at check-in, it takes a journey through tunnels, down beltways, through security screening before finally making it to the ramp for loading. About 20% of the bags American handles each day come through the airline's hub in Dallas.
American serves about 60,000 to 70,000 customers every day at the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. And typically, each customer has in the past checked about 1 bag on average.
2/3 of the bags handled by American at Dallas-Fort Worth are transferring to connecting flights, making for a constant time crunch.
When customers have more than 1 hour connect time and we can use the baggage system to help transfer the bags, the guys input the bags into this system and it's sorted through the system and taken out to the appropriate gate.
800 miles to the north, at Chicago's O'Hare, over 15 miles of track carry between 30 and 60,000 pieces of luggage every day.
Starts at the ticket counter, goes to the piers, through the system. Here's the system.
Bags are routed down 20,000 different shafts to one of 40 piers, all watched closely at this multi-monitor control center to avoid hiccups.
There are bags backing up here. There's a jam right here that I just called out to the mechanic. The mechanic will go down and clear this jam.
Seems simple enough. American likes to think so. But what about lost bags? Delayed bags?
This is why everybody needs to be at the airport early.
American says that one reason for the snafus, passengers just don't check in on time, or there's a misconnect at the hub.
The most typical occurrence would be during the connection at the hub. Perhaps we didn't have just enough time to get it unloaded from one plane, transferred and loaded on another airplane. Sometimes we run out of time just a little bit.
TSA screening and customs procedures can also hold up a bag. But for the rest, it's a happy reunion. And that, for American's ramp teams, is all in a day's work.
Average thing, every day, goes just like that.
The American Riviera, Little Cuba, the Magic City, the Sixth Borough, Cocaine Capital. There are as many nicknames for Miami as there are brands of sunblock. In little more than 100 years, a tropical swamp has become the 6th largest metropolis in the U.S. The launching point of the city's success? Miami International. In the 1990s, American Airlines dramatically enlarged its Miami hub, buying all the routes and gates from defunct airlines like Eastern and Pan Am. Now the airline is Latin America's dominant U.S. carrier and has earned the city of Miami another nickname, Gateway to the Americas. The airline transports millions of passengers a year through Miami, and something else, something very profitable. What it's carrying, in addition to passengers, is cargo. 360 million pounds of it each year on passenger aircraft. Virtually every time you fly, it's there in the plane's belly, just beneath you. Each day, 1 million pounds of cargo passes through this American Airlines warehouse in Miami. Flowers from Colombia, cooking ranges from Amsterdam, shoes from Madrid, even auto parts from Brazil, and at least one crate stamped with the name Jim Wilson. Jim Wilson, that's American secret code for caskets, occupied by cadavers. The airline ships scores of them each month to their final resting places. Caskets are small potatoes compared with the stuff that cargo ops generally deals with. This afternoon, Miami cargo manager Dan Agostino and his crew are prepping a 20,000-pound shipment for Dallas.
This is for our flight 1945, which departs at 4 o'clock to DFW, and it's our 777 service. And what it allows us to do is connect traffic out of Latin America, along with local traffic, to our DFW hub and beyond. Right here is traffic that's going to Honolulu, suntan lotion, traffic that came out of Brazil this morning, which is machinery parts going to Dallas, leather for cars, and tropical flowers that came up from San Jose, Costa Rica yesterday to travel on to Dallas to go to Toronto, Canada.
But there's more to airlifting cargo than just tossing stuff in the hold. Each pallet is barcoded, weighed, then packed into a container. Then the computer analysis begins. The containers are ferried across the airfield to the Dallas-bound 777. They're strategically placed in the belly of the aircraft to optimize balance and fuel consumption.
What we do is we put each container into a load plan, okay? And that is in what position each of the containers and or bags is going to be loaded in the plane.
By far, Americans' biggest cargo customer, through rain, snow, sleet, and hail, is someone you use every day, the U.S. Postal Service.
Like this mail is coming from Kennedy, and it's going to go to Bogota.
Right.
Roughly about 200,000 pounds a day of mail. That's domestic and international.
And that's all revenue for America?
All revenue for America.
Here in Miami, American is continuing a tradition that started in 1929, when Charles Lindbergh flew a Sikorsky S-38, inaugurating airmail service to San Juan. When you think about it, that's how the airlines got started. You got started hauling the mail.
This is the first thing we were carrying. They get our highest boarding priority.
This has to fly.
This has to fly behind the bags. Bags always get boarding priority, but the mail flies next. We handle on average about 1 million pounds a day.
So if my mail gets lost, I get to blame you guys. Come on, do
well, we're a piece of that chain.
You're a piece of the chain.
And this is how it comes into us every day. Post office packs it, they give it to us, and this is how we transport it for them.
Okay, now, stupid question. Who inspects it?
This type of mail is not inspected.
Then this whole process, this kind of mail doesn't get inspected?
Correct.
Okay. Or maybe it's not okay. It's not only the mail that goes largely uninspected, most of the rest of the cargo also goes uninspected. Less than 10% of all cargo on passenger airlines is screened. That's the same cargo flying along with you on the plane. For American Airlines, that means millions of pounds of freight each year are flown with little more than the word of the shipper that the contents are safe. The Transportation Security Administration relies on something called the Known Shipper Program, which allows only registered shippers in good standing to transport goods on passenger aircraft.
There are many issues that are troublesome on the cargo side, particularly for aviation security.
Captain Gary Betcher says TSA's Known Shipper Program is a disaster waiting to happen. He's a 21-year veteran of American Airlines and president of the Coalition of Airline Pilots Associations.
The known shipper program is a major contentious issue with the pilot group all across this nation. The program has about 1.5 million participants. To date, the TSA has only validated a third of those. You can have a legitimate known shipper that has an entity to that business that is not so legitimate. We don't know who's in the box, we don't know who delivered the box. Nobody knows who's come in and messed with the boxes, so it's just not safe.
The TSA declined to discuss details of its cargo inspection procedures, but insisted to us that cargo is safe. American CEO Gerard Arpey also insists that cargo is safe and says his airline actually exceeds TSA's inspection requirements. When it comes to cargo, the argument's been made not about just American, but as an industry-wide system, that a majority of the cargo isn't inspected.
Well, Peter, I think the better way to, at least the way that I would come at it, is there is a security regime in place for everything. There's a paradigm under which a lens of security that everything that touches an airplane goes through. Yes, it's true, not everything that goes on the airplane is X-rayed, but everything goes through a security paradigm to ensure that the wrong things don't get on the airplanes.
Mr. Arpey said to me, well, we follow strict security paradigms from the government. What is a strict security paradigm? What does that mean to you?
It's a lot of double talk, double speak, security sensitive information. I can't tell you what's going on because we don't want the bad guys to know. We don't have a risk-based assessment of cargo in place today because the airlines, the cargo carriers, don't want to slow down the inspection process for the millions of pounds of cargo they move nightly. It's not a question of if it's going to happen, it's a question of when. And when the system fails, we're the ones who die.
Even for an Olympic champion, redeeming frequent flyer miles is no day at the beach. How the airlines are cashing in, even if you're not. That's next, as American Airlines, A Week in the Life continues. Inside American Airlines, A Week in the Life continues.
Holly McPeak, 2004 Olympic bronze medalist in beach volleyball, and 2006 American Airlines Platinum frequent flyer.
That's what I choose to fly, and I can upgrade and be more comfortable after a tournament, especially if we do well.
Thank you very much.
Steve Rothstein, investment banker, and the man with perhaps the most frequent flyer miles of anyone, and a curiosity to fellow travelers.
How many miles do you have?
Almost 31 million.
You got me beat. How do you have so many?
Just too much traveling.
They're just a few of the more than 50 million members in American's Advantage program, which at 25 years is the oldest and largest airline loyalty program around. One of the most innovative and powerful marketing tools developed in the 20th century, frequent flyer rewards were originally aimed at the airline's best flying customers. These days, people like Holly McPeak earn even more miles on the ground through partnership programs.
I use the Citibank Visa card and I try and get as many miles as possible so I can upgrade, especially on long flights.
Well, we have over
Gander Center American 44 flight level 370.
Kurt Stacci is president of Advantage.
Car rental companies, hotel companies, the credit card is clearly our biggest partner.
Today, more than half the frequent flyer miles earned are not from flying, but from buying. So road warriors like Steve Rothstein are now competing with frequent buyers like CA and Marion Wilkins in the race for reward miles.
We charge everything. Everything.
We charge doctor's bills, water bills, utility bills, any kind of bill that comes around that'll take a credit card, we charge it.
The nation's travelers now hold more than 1 trillion unused miles. But while the number of miles earned has grown exponentially, there are only a limited number of seats available. Just try to redeem those miles for a seat. You might find it difficult.
They don't make it easy. You have to have a lot of miles and a lot of patience.
The Advantage seats have already sold out. I cannot get you on that flight.
With demand far exceeding supply, American came up with an answer that's not sitting too well with some Advantage customers. It's called an Anytime Award. And with it, you can get any seat with frequent flyer miles. But there's a catch. It'll cost you double the miles, $50,000 for a seat instead of $25,000. You may call it outrageous. American CEO Gerard Arpey calls it good business.
If you're willing to use more miles and we have seats for sale in that market, you can go on that flight.
It may seem unfair for the airlines to up the mileage ante, but it's actually perfectly legal. In the automobile industry, that would be bait and switch, and people go to jail for that.
But I don't think it's bait and switch, because I think in all of our promotional material for Advantage, we make it clear that if you want to go at peak time and you don't want to use extra miles, you have to book well in advance in order to get those seats.
But if you follow American's advice and try to book in advance like Frank Pilar did, there's still no guarantee that you'll get that 25,000-mile reward.
Sometimes we get the seats we want, sometimes we don't.
American offers no apologies, insisting that the most important point is that a seat is available at all.
Our surveys indicate that well over 80% of our members, when they're looking to redeem, find the destination they want.
On the day that they want?
And about 70% get the time.
What he didn't say is how many of those people had to fork over the double miles. And that could be hard to stomach. Even Gerard Arpey's close personal friends have complained about having to surrender those precious miles.
They'll say, well, I don't want to use more miles. I said, well, for goodness sakes, you've got millions of miles in your Advantage account, and they don't want to use them. So,
Are they still talking to you?
Oh, of course.
And how many miles did they use?
They ponied up the extra miles to be able to go.
You got them.
I did.
He got them, and a whole lot of other folks too. There's actually a growing subculture of mileage junkies, like Christina Tronson, people who are constantly jonesing for a mileage fix.
I check my account at least twice a day.
Twice a day?
Twice a day.
You're nuts. She's not all that crazy. Membership can have its privileges.
Once you hit 75,000 miles, you get 4 500-mile upgrades. You get a 10,000-mile credit to your account. You get 2 passes to the Admiral's Club. You get to give a friend of yours gold status.
And you really are a junkie then?
I am a junkie, yes.
If you travel a lot on American and you achieve certain status in the program.
William Mitchell, American's head of research, is always looking for new ways to keep the airline's fanatical flyers and buyers happy, often scouting airports and holding focus groups.
Give me 2 points for every mile I fly. Make it something so once you cross that 100 threshold, and it's really an incentive.
And here's a big incentive for American, selling miles to partners like Citibank, because Citibank and others pay the airline for the miles up front and then use them for their own marketing purposes.
They'll buy the miles from us and then reward our customers with it.
Give me a range of what a mile would cost to some of these guys.
I can't give you that information.
Oh, you'd have to kill me there too.
That is highly proprietary.
The fact is, it's a huge windfall for all airlines with partner programs. They collect more than $3 billion each year. That's whether or not you ever redeem those miles. In fact, the airlines are counting on the likelihood that a third of the more than 1 trillion outstanding miles will never be used. And what does it cost them when you do redeem those miles? Just listen to this. So that the actual cost of American of redeeming a 25,000-mile award, assuming I'm not displacing a revenue passenger, was basically $10.
Yeah, or variable costs, said differently.
Yeah, that's not a bad business to be in, then.
No, and that's the beauty about these programs and why they've been so successful.
Successful for American and for millions of travelers who have managed to cash in their miles.
Meet you at the Admiral's Club.
Then there's Steve Rothstein, who has more miles than he'll ever use. His 31 million are enough to send 700 people from Paris, Kentucky to Paris, France. He's yet to make that offer, but he does freely hand out his free miles.
I give miles away to charity, to the Kidney Foundation, and I just helped 2 people on their honeymoon also.
Well, you've got 31 million. That's
almost 31 million, just shy.
Who's counting, right? Yeah,
right.
No, that's
By the way, if you think Steve Rothstein looks familiar, maybe it's because with 31 million miles, he was once sitting next to you on an American Airlines flight. In fact, we met him on American Flight 1, the transcon we flew at the beginning of our week.
American 1 Heavy, Los Angeles Airbus holding in position, wind 24011 or 24 left, clear to land.
Rothstein and 158 fellow passengers are now on their final approach.
Clear to land 24 left, American 1 Heavy.
500.
5 hours and 21 minutes and 2,200 miles after leaving New York's JFK, American Flight 1 is arriving in Los Angeles. Flight 1 is a little lighter than it was at takeoff. 28 tons lighter, having burned $18,000 worth of jet fuel.
American 1 Heavy, Los Angeles, ground left on Bravo. What is your gate?
Left on Bravo, it's gate 47 Bravo for American 1.
In fact, when you add fuel and labor and other expenses, Flight 1 cost American Airlines $53,100 to fly across the country. Factor in Flight 1's revenue, $52,200 in ticket sales, $300 in freight charges, and $800 for food, headsets, and extra baggage, and today's flight earned American Airlines the grand sum total of $200. That's right, $200. One fewer passenger, and Flight 1 would have lost money.
Bye, have a good day. Thank you.
Margins like that are why American cannot allow big, expensive airliners to sit idle. LA ground crews only have an hour and 15 minutes to turn this morning's plane around for its 1:15 p.m. flight right back to JFK.
Bye, thank you.
And that's typical. During the 1 week we covered American, this one airliner, 767 tail number 325, crisscrossed the continent 18 times, just like it's been doing for 20 years. One plane in a fleet of 700, one small part of a vast airline fighting to survive. The airline industry has always been defined by constant change. From the early days of air travel, once reserved almost exclusively for the rich, through the upheaval of deregulation, and then to the trauma of 9/11. But one way or another, this industry will survive. It has to. There really is no alternative. It is that important to the global economy, and not to mention our very way of life. For the moment, it seems, American Airlines has found a more comfortable cruising altitude. But undoubtedly, turbulence lies ahead, and how American and other airlines define themselves next may ultimately determine their fate. I'm Peter Greenberg for CNBC. Thanks for watching.
American 44, contact Gander Center on 125.075. Good day. 125.075 for American 44. Gander Center American 44 flight level 370. American 44 Gander Center, continue to Porty as planned.
Morning, morning, morning. Simon Lowe here. Welcome along to Heathrow Airport special stream. Well, beautiful, beautiful day here at Heathrow. Not a cloud in the sky. Awesome. I made it down last night. So welcome along, everyone. So many people in chat. Hello, Radu, Robert Eason, Lady Helen, John Walton, Stefan, Airline, lots of people in chat. Brian Tickle, hello to you. Welcome along, everyone. Barbara P. Sterling, welcome to you, Barbara. Welcome along, everyone. Enjoy the show. I may not have time to interact in chat. Might be quite busy later. I'm streaming from the Renaissance Hotel car park. Beautiful views of the airport here. I'm streaming from under a tree. So arrivals on 27 right and landings on 27 left. They have been switching around. Some aircraft have been landing on 27 right. How's the audio, guys? Can you hear me clearly? Good morning to Elaine Collette. And Janet Lowe, good morning to you, Janet. So lots of BA Airbus A320s departing 27 right. Hello, Sam Hunter in Florida. Welcome along. Virgin Atlantic maintenance hangar. So welcome along everyone, good to see you make it today, join the stream. Hello CD John in Rochdale. Morning to you. Boundary Box, good morning to you, Boundary Box. Well, Marcel, yes, I'm at Heathrow. The Mecca of plane spotting. It's been many, many years since I was at Heathrow. There's lots of BA shuttles on the departure. United. Canada Dreamliner. The flight radar still showing Manchester Airport. I bet that's not good. I better change that. So yeah.
Gander Center American 44 requesting vector to next waypoint. American 44, turn right heading 130, resume on navigation. Turn right heading 130, proceed on course American 44. American 44, contact Shanwick Center on 123.905. Good day. Going to 123.905 American 44. Shanwick Center American 44 flight level 370.
American 44 Shanwick Center. Continue as planned. American 4-4 contact Shannon Center on 127.5. Good day.
Going to 127.5, American 4-4. Shannon Center, American 4-4, flight level 370.
American 4-4 Shannon Center, continue to LSOX as planned. American 4-4 contact Shanwick Center on 123.905. Good day.
123.905 for American 4-4. Shanwick Center, American 4-4, flight level 370.
American 4-4 Shanwick Center, continue as planned. American 44 contact Manchester Center on 118.775. Good day.
Going to 118.775 American 44. Manchester Center American 44 flight level 370.
American 44 Manchester Center, continue as planned. American 44 contact London Center on 118.475. Good day.
Going to 118.475 American 44. London Center American 44 flight level 370.
American 44 London Center, continue as planned. American 44 contact Breast Center on 127.2. Good day.
127.2 for American 44. Breast Center American 44 flight level 370.
American 44 Breast Center, continue as planned. American 44 contact Breast Center on 124.725. Good day.
Going to 124.725 American 44. Breast Center American 44 flight level 370.
American 44 Breast Center, continue to observe as planned. American 44 contact Breast Center on 120.15. Good day.
Going to 120.15 American 44. Breast Center American 44 flight level 370.
American 44 Breast Center, continue to USIV as planned.
American 44, contact breast center on 124.8. Good day. 124.8 for American 44. Breast center American 44 flight level 370.
American 44 breast center, continue to Ingler as planned. American 44 descend and maintain flight level 310.
Descend and maintain flight level 310 American 44.
American 44 contact Paris Center on 119.825. Good day.
119.825 American 44. Paris Center American 44 is passing flight level 370, descending flight level 310. American 44 Paris Center, continue to Ingler as planned. Air France 15 descend and maintain flight level 210. Speedbird 74 heavy traffic is 9 o'clock 4 miles at flight level 365 Airbus A20N. Report them in sight. American 44 traffic is 11 o'clock 3 miles at flight level 390 Boeing. Report them in sight. American 44 traffic in sight. Descend and maintain flight level 210 Air France 15. Speedbird 74 heavy have the traffic.
To prepare for landing, please close your tray table and put away carry-on items. Place your seat in the original upright position. We will now collect any items you wish to discard. Please put away larger electronic devices, including laptop computers.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
Or smaller handheld devices in your hand or seat pocket. Devices must remain in airplane mode until after we land. We will be landing soon.
Overspeed, 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 overspeed.
American 44, descend and maintain flight level 210. Descend and maintain flight level 210 American 44. France 15 descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Descend and maintain 11,000 feet, Air France 15. American 44, descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Keep speed, not above 300 knots. Descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Keep speed, not above 300 knots, American 44. Air France 15, you are 68 miles west. Keep speed not above 250 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 left approach via Marlborough transition. Clear to Marlborough. Keep speed not above 250 knots. Expect ILS runway 27 left approach via Marlborough transition. Clear to Marlborough, Air France 15. American 44, contact Paris Center on 125.7. Good day. Going to 125.7, American 44. Paris Center, American 44 is at 17,100 feet, descending 11,000 feet. American 44, Paris Center, altimeter 30.30. Continue to Kolob as planned. Paris Center, Air France 15 is passing 15,700 feet, descending 11,000 feet. Air France 15 Paris Center, altimeter 30.30. Continue to Marlborough as planned. American 44, you are 44 miles northwest. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 26 left approach via Marlborough transition. Clear to Marlborough. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 26 left approach via Mopar transition. Clear to Mopar, American 44. France 15 climb and maintain flight level 200. Climb and maintain flight level 200 Air France 15. American 44 climb and maintain 12,000 feet. Climb and maintain 12,000 feet American 44. Air France 15 descend and maintain 5,000 feet. Descend and maintain 5,000 feet, Air France 15. American 44, contact Paris Center on 118.05. Good day. 118.05 for American 44. Paris Center American 44 11,800 feet.
American 44 Paris Center altimeter tree 0.30. Continue to CF26L as planned. Center Air France 15 is at 14,700 feet, descending 5,000 feet. American 44, you are 14 miles northeast of de Gaulle. Contact de Gaulle Tower on 118.655 when inbound on the approach. Air France 15 Paris Center altimeter tree 0.30. Continue to CF27L as planned.
Tower on 118.655 American 44. De Gaulle Tower American 4415 miles northeast inbound ILS runway 26 left approach. American 44 De Gaulle Tower. Altimeter tree 0.30 wind 009er at 5. Cleared ILS runway 26 left approach. Cleared ILS runway 26 left approach American 44.
Overspeed. 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 Overspeed.
2,500.
overspeed, 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 overspeed.
American 4-4, wind 009er at 5. Clear to land runway 26 left.
Overspeed, overspeed.
Clear to land runway 26 left, American 4-4.
Overspeed, 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 overspeed.
500.
Overspeed.
Retire.
American 4-4, turn next taxiway. American 4-4, contact ground on 121.908. 121.908 for American 4-4.
For your comfort and safety, please remain seated and keep your seatbelt fastened until the captain turns off the seatbelt sign. Please leave all carry-on items stowed and keep the aisles clear until the seatbelt sign has been turned off. Before leaving, please be sure you have all your belongings. Be careful when opening the overhead bins, because baggage may have moved and could fall out. American Airlines and our One World Alliance partners thank you for flying with us today. We hope to see you again soon on another American Airlines flight.
Welcome to, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be arriving at gate T9, and your baggage claim will be number 10. Baggage claim for American Airlines here, and it is across from gate T12 down the escalators. The escalators across from gate T12, down those escalators, carousel number 10. On behalf of all the employees of American Airlines, we'd like to thank you for flying with us. And once again, thank you for flying American Airlines, a member of the One World Alliance.
De Gaulle Ground American 44 request taxi to the gate.
American 44 taxi to gate Zulu 6 via taxiway Victor Tree, Sierra Sierra, Tree Cross runway 08 left Tango, 6 Tango Romeo Tango, 2 Romeo Foxtrot Foxtrot November, Tree November November Alpha 2 Alpha.
Taxiing to gate Zulu 6 via taxiway Victor Tree, Sierra Sierra Tree Cross runway 08 left Tango, 6 Tango Romeo Tango, 2 Romeo Foxtrot Foxtrot November Tree November November Alpha 2 Alpha American 44.
The boarding requested. Crew deboarding starting. Do you want to deboard crew?
De Gaulle ground
deboarding
American
starting.
44 with Quebec request taxi to the active straight out departure.
American 44 taxi to and hold short of runway 09er right via taxiway Alpha Mike Mike Delta 1 Delta Delta for Delta Delta 2 cross runway 09er right Delta 1. Contact tower on 120.655 when ready. American 44, did you copy?
You pilots deboarding starting.
American 44, did you hear my last transmission? American 44, did you copy? American 44, did you copy? American 44 ATC services terminated. Good day.